Hello. Return. Hello. How are you? I am good. Oh, and I need to have a look at getting that. I have heard you. I'll probably put another poll up going, here's all the things I can think of. Let's see what we can do. And I know that Ori's going to be one of the things probably most popular. So have a think about that. I have done some tidying. Look at all this glorious space. As it gets darker, all of these lights now are, I think, probably set up as well as they're liable to be for the moment. That should have an effect. I have literally no idea where we were, other than one of the last things we did. Let's load the game and see if it jogs our memory any. I'm not quite sure how long I'm going to be on, because there's a possibility that Richard's turning up. Well, I'll be playing this. Possibility that Richard's turning up gaming, and we may be doing some probably Vermintide, but we'll see what happens. So, kind of lost the thread here. So, good place to start. Our tasks. Oh, we need to go back to the cryptozoologist. That's good. Spreading communism. Oh, we've got some challenges we need to do. Oh, and we can sing karaoke. We now have all the components to sing karaoke. I should let Ozzy know that we can sing karaoke, because he'll probably want to see that. Well, I lost the thread of like the last thing we were doing. Oh, I need to call Alice back. I think we're at the moment we're just trying to fix some challenges, and I was at the point of just going around re-rolling stuff. So actually, let's have a look. We've missed that one. It can't happen now. That one's a non-starter. That's where we are now. There's the church doors out by the thing, so... And the time of day is midday, so we've got most of the day left to do things in. And don't I look awesome? Have a look at our stats. Spent all our skill points. One thing is I'm not going to be anxious about stuff because I already committed to it, and it's been long enough that I've forgotten what my worries were. So let's radio in and see if we've got anything about the armour yet.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out toolbox, and the soft glow of the fuel preheater gauge.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you? Still no word, I'm afraid, sir. I know it must be frustrating. Was there anything else you wanted to ask? 57's over and out.
In the cabin, you see a set of steering levers.
Yes?
Make way for the master poet.
He's happy with me. That's good. Oh, that's the dude over in the tent. Woohoo. Why am I here? Oh yeah, I'm talking to the dude.
Hello, officer. I think I almost have it. A new trap design, that is. I know you're skeptical, but I have a good feeling about this.
I chat with this kid Kudo. Promised to stop stealing the local. Oh, time to check if these work. Do a votes. I mean, it's probably wise to choose one, but... What have you been up to today, Bat Killer? What fun have you been having? Did you go to sleep at a reasonable time? I had a chat with this kid Kuno. He promised to stop stealing the locust.
So it was just a child.
Oh. You didn't go to bed at a sensible time. Well, neither did I. So... But I never do. I probably won't tonight. It was just a child. He purses his lips, crestfallen. It's a really good question. Why should we? Why should we go? I suppose it's meant to be healthy. You aren't tired at work? Thanks, Dave. You got work. I love staying up late. I like it when the world's quiet at night, and occasionally, very occasionally, but common enough that it's the thing that I do. You just go out and have a walk around whenever it's shut. No one else around. Okay, so we have upset him because that by doing him a favour, his wild theories are not valid because the kid is in fact stealing the stuff. Poor guy. My watch and my phone also did, but after many years of me basically not doing this, I think the phone app basically went, you don't do proper bedtimes, do you? Right, we'll just shift everything out by a couple of hours. It still kind of tells me like you should do this. It's more concerned with the amount of sleep I'm getting, but when. Let's see what happens next.
Thank you for telling us, sweetie. This is good news, right? It means we can try again.
Yeah. Dina's so lovely. Genuinely nice person.
She acts chipper, but something's changed in her tone. A hidden worry.
Yeah, you're right. We just need to restock the empty trap. Then we'll need to inspect the traps one more time. And then maybe we can.
Oh, the fact is that he's ill.
He has a 38-degree fever. His resilience has given way.
Darling, I told you to take it easy. You're getting sick. Maybe it's time to go home.
You're right. We can come back next season when it's warmer.
Good.
That's just something people tell themselves when they fail.
Man, I'm really feeling this is costing me time on my main investigation. Not worth you risking your health. You should call it a day and go home. Refuse. I'd offer to help, but I have my own things to refuse. Damn it, maybe I can still restock the trap for you. We've come far too far to treat. I'm going to stop this trap. Let's do this. He steps enthusiastically. He's ill. I'm not sure what I want to do here. I want to help him, even though it's probably wrong, because this game is weird and we may get an outcome when we actually see this thing. On the other hand, I don't want the guy to die, and because this game just could quite easily just kill him. And it'll be your fault. So, what do we do? I do have my dice to hand if we need them. Well, we hope so. I'm thinking it's not worth risking how she called it. Are we? The question is, what's the motivation? Sometimes it's this is why I think it's one of the reasons I stopped playing this game. I was getting quite anxious over the choices it was making me make. Because the motivation behind this might be I'm trying to get out of the job, or it might be that you care about his health, and it's not clear which outcome you'll get. But there's only one choice, so let's go. Let's see.
You can? Fine. It's better than having these people get pneumonia on the coast. But after this...
Good call, Becula. Well, I put a point over there because that's the screen that I see the chat on. I realise that you're looking at me.
He wants to see this tale through as much as you. Otherwise, he'd have stopped this already. But he cannot let it drag out after this.
Oh, even Kim's on side.
Really? It's too much, officer.
Morel means is we're grateful for your help.
Here's a fresh batch of local. It should slide right down the funnel. And thank you again. We will definitely mention you, should this lead to a discovery. I'm not talking co-discovery, of course, but...
Grateful, but not that grateful. Right, so you can sell the box with locusts as well. Wait for that to... Right.
I see you found yourself a little something from my wardrobe. Not bad. Not bad at all. What brings you here? You can keep it. I don't mind. I can appreciate beauty when I see it.
I wasn't really planning on giving it back anyway. Thanks, it's like carrying a piece of you with me at all times. I took it to blend in. I'm undercover, you see. Oh, and there's I kind of put pings. Hang on. Let's get you. Should have done this ages ago. There you go. I put pings out on there as well. You can also subscribe to the self-promotion channel on Cryos. Discord. And yeah, put out a Discord message saying I'm going live. Yeah, I've invited you to the Grim Does Gaming channel, which is where we talk about the games that I probably might play at some point. Anyway, welcome. So, have you watched Disco being played before? Do you know how things work here? Yeah. So for this conversation, I've got three options. I click this and you can vote for your response. And if there's a deadlock or I want to choose something else, but I feel that I use a dice. So you can't see, but you'll just have to trust me I'm doing the right thing. So in this case 1 to 3 is 1, and 4 6 is, and we got a 1. I wasn't really planning on giving it back anyway.
How cunning. I like men who take what they want.
He's so into you.
You can keep it. I don't mind.
Let's do
Is
both.
it now? Well, enjoy it. Bye-bye,
He's
Gendarme.
nice. These guys are odd. They're your colleagues as far as we can work out, but This is much slower paced than everything else I'm playing, because I have to figure out... Well, first of all, it's going to have to figure out where... what the hell I was doing. And also fix this camera a bit. So...
Hi, Ace Detective. Are you here for more books?
Any thoughts on what should we do next? It's all your fault, Cryo. We were just talking about it. It was awful. How could you? How could you? Shamed. So, no worries. Trying to figure out what the hell I'm doing. Been a while. You stop with that. Alright, next thing we can do is we can report into Joyce, and sorry, I'm going to... Oh, got a ping.
There it is again. There's a spectral scent haunting this pair, no doubt. And it smells like sea brine mostly, because it's a pair. Years of turmoil, of hopes and dreams, ground beneath the inexorable tides of capital.
Close your eyes and take a deep breath. I can kind of smell dreams being... I'm going to close my eyes and take a deep breath.
What do you smell? The first thing that strikes you is the overwhelming brine. You imagine yourself underwater, a 100-legged anthropod scuttling along the murky silt at the bottom of the sea. But then the unmistakable reek of seagull shit hits you, buoyed along on the air currents, an acrid melody atop mouldering cords of wood rot and heavy fuel oil.
Still smelling for communist, detective?
Yes? No. What makes you say that? Boat! No one got an opinion? What makes you say that?
No offense, detective, but you're not particularly subtle.
The lieutenant's right. It's sort of amazing how unsubtly you're sniffing the air around you. Almost like you're trying to call attention to yourself. What the lieutenant thinks is irrelevant. Your politico-olfactory cortex is lighting up like a holiday display. The scent of communism is overwhelming, and it's coming right from that balcony over there.
The scent of communism. You mean from Cindy?
Certainement. A precocious communist youth. A symbol of a kinder, more hopeful future. Now's your chance to establish contact with your revolutionary brothers and sisters.
Well, come to think of it, she is painting the place bright red. So, yeah, why not? But let's talk to our capitalist friend first. Now, if we're going to have a chat with her, we want to be dressed right. generally good to have hymns. Aid in this. That's a pretty good setup.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with? Yes, my eyes on the harbour have sent word to that effect. What have you discovered?
Wait, where exactly are these eyes located?
It doesn't really matter. And I do apologize for the surveillance. Wild Pines can't afford to be blind at a time like this.
One of the tall buildings overlooking the roundabout, most likely. That would give them a read on the entire quarter.
In any case, it's a relief to know someone has looked into it. If I may ask, will there be an official investigation? I assume you discovered there is an operation.
She's trying to conceal her excitement, but the slight glimmer in her green eyes tells you otherwise.
If there is an investigation, it will be part of an ongoing operation, subject to confidentiality. I'm sure you understand.
Of course, detectives. In any case, you've held up your end of our arrangement. I trust you with the rest. Now it's my turn. I wouldn't normally break protocol like this, but the situation demands it. If you don't solve this murder, I'm afraid we may have a bloodbath on our hands.
The words bloodbath sound cold in her mouth. They taste of iron and strawberries.
What was that about, bloodbath? I've already heard about a connection between the lynching and the strike, but I need your testimony. I think we can probably work through these, actually. Cup of tea time. No opinions?
Yes. I'm afraid this strike may descend into a small-scale civil war, with possible consequences for all of Rivershoal West.
I don't think she's wrong, because Union Boss dude is very definitely saying stuff around the lines of we're going to get guns and we're going to kick people out and build a glorious new future sort of thing. You know, all that good stuff. So let's see.
Since you are sharing, man, this is also the RCM's worst-case scenario.
Then we're on the same page, as grim as it may be.
I've already heard about a connection between the lynching and the strike, but I need your testimony.
I have an indirect role to play, I'm sad to say. My employer experienced a momentary lapse of faith in me. In that moment, they elected to deploy a private military contractor as an insurance measure. They called it my security detail.
A momentary lapse of faith?
They were dispatched after I relayed the union's initial offer.
Oh dear.
Every worker...
A member of the board. I tried to convince my employer it was simply an opening gambit, like you suggested, or a joke even. They did not appreciate the humor.
You need a security detail?
Absolutely not. These mercenaries are muscle, pure and simple. They are meant to intimidate the Union into surrendering.
Who are they, exactly?
Crenell, an Oranese military company. As far as I know, 3 arrived in Martinaise. They report to me sporadically, but they do not answer to me. To be frank, our relationship is deteriorating. They wear ceramic armor, have semi-automatic weapons, and years of combat experience. They also have trauma and stressor disorder, and no idea how to conduct themselves in an urban civilian environment.
Oh dear.
So, what happened?
The story is, one of them, the Colonel, I don't know his real name, sexually assaulted a local woman while he was drunk and separated from his unit. This allowed some of the more militant Union members to subdue him. He was taken out behind the whirling in rags and lynched last Sunday night. Nothing. Mr. Clare refuses to let me into the harbor. I have not been able to discuss this matter with anyone there. The remaining 2 Crenell contractors carry out their orders, for now.
For now?
It's a smokescreen. In secret, they are conducting an independent military tribunal into the lynching. Once this investigation is concluded, executions will follow.
What is the nature of this so-called investigation?
Whether to execute one, some, or all of the Union militants.
Right. Well, this is going to need a cup of tea for certain. I'll be right back. I'm back. Right, you've made a mess here. I have to say this is not Disco. Maybe the investigations could team up. You know, share resources and intelligence. Boy oh boy, is that not good. I have to agree. I have to say, this is not Disco.
It is very far from disco. My only hope is that you provide a single, concrete suspect before the mercenaries indiscriminately pick theirs. Simply put,
Grabs hold of the mainsail.
if you don't pin this on someone good and do it fast, they will identify and execute everyone present at the lynching. This in turn will force the Union to respond.
Very important. I don't want them to execute anyone.
The debarders have over 2,000 men. It will be 1,000 to 1.
Have you ever seen a hornet invade a beehive, Lieutenant? It's not pretty.
The Serai's giant hornet, the world's second largest insect, can kill 40 honeybees a minute, while a group of 30 can decimate an entire hive of 20,000 bees in less than 4 hours.
I do like the encyclopedia skill.
These men
Get the idea.
work in tandem using semi and fully automatic firearms. Their armor is virtually impenetrable to muzzle-loaded weapons, even yours. Most Union workers don't have guns at all. As I said, a bloodbath.
See, Kim? This is that great bloodletting I've been telling you about. Can't see it happen. Too many things would have to go wrong first. Isn't this a pretty bleak scenario you're describing? I think the confrontation is inevitable. Righto. Number 3. Isn't this a pretty bleak scenario you're describing?
Many bleak scenarios have already come true. Lieutenant W. Frater de Bois.
Okay.
All we can do is keep the rest from going the same way. One single concrete suspect delivered into civil court, and I may be able to defuse this situation.
Okay, just move. Name. Right, so we'll work through these. What can you tell me about Krenel?
Not much. Their public resume is relatively good, as far as private military contractors go. I believe they were once called
Downwell. Bit like XE, called Blackwater, was called something else before that.
They boast a long list of clients. Saint-Baptiste, Welchman-Lorenz, Eintracht. A warning sign, however. The operations concerned all take place in third or fourth world countries. Guarding facilities, escort missions and such.
Just gonna try that one because it sounds fun to say. Eintracht. Yeah, I like that. The operations concerned all take place in third, fourth. Yep.
Meaning they're used to operating in war zones.
Bingo!
Yes. All the good conflict corridors, Supramundi, Yesut, the Seminese Islands, countries that don't have a good record reporting atrocious military conduct on their soil.
Okay, anything else you got on them?
Sadly, no. Before this happened, I had little interest in them. Now that I do, I don't have the resources.
Cheating.
If you still have access to the ICP's database, you could run a better background check than I ever could. It may take some time, though.
He thinks.
Do you know a lot about the inner workings of the RCM and the ICP, man?
Good question, Kim.
In my line of work, it pays to do your research. I was prepared to deal with the RCM. I did not think I'd be dealing with a group like Crenell.
Could you contact the company, tell them to call them off?
I have. And they will. However, these orders take time to reach what is basically a rogue unit out in the field here. Until they do, it's all on us.
That feels a little off. If she can call them, they should be able to call their unit, or at least have a regular check-in with. But it sounds like something, well, this is all kinds of fucked up, so it is what it is.
She's being truthful. She is pressing them as hard as she can.
Well, that's the thing, is I didn't disbelieve her, because she's always straightforward and honest where it's there's no reason not to be. But she is working with her own interests. But it just still seems weird. Did the deceased assaulted a woman?
Or he didn't. This is information passed on to me from some teenagers loitering around the canal. I cannot testify by it.
Who did the passing on then? What are these teenagers passing on then?
The remaining contractors. Their tribunal. It's what they believe.
What are these teenagers by the canal saying?
That the man was killed because he assaulted a local woman. I've asked around a bit. This seems to be the accepted story around Martinaise.
The lieutenant consults his notebook, his eyebrows knitted in concentration.
Odd. We haven't heard any reports about an assault in connection with the lynching. Where did it take place? And when?
Last Sunday night, at the Whirling in Rags, the hostel by the gates. Supposedly, the colonel was drunk. Maybe on narcotics, too.
Now, hang on a second. We do know about this, unless it's happened in a dialogue tree that we then went back from. I thought it was absolutely clear that they lynched him. Maybe Kim's just being smart, who knows. Be the first time.
Either way, he's alleged to have sexually assaulted a woman. Sometime later, a group of dock workers got their hands on him.
Okay, and who was this woman?
That's a good question, officer. I don't have the slightest idea. As I said, it's a rumor. About a rumor. In any case, it's what the colonel's remaining colleagues believe.
Yeah, so your character's name, spoiler alert, Harry Dubois. It'll come up if you watch this for any length of time, so.
You meet her soon enough, you feel.
Apologies, I need to check something here. Okay. This colonel, the one who's hanged, you know him?
If you mean did I see him alive, yes. But I did not know him.
You don't know how you know. It's not written on her face, nor in her voice, but she had sympathy for this man.
You liked him?
Liked is a bit strong. He was the most charismatic among them. He handled all the talking. His departure left a major gap in the group's communication skills.
And his name was?
Lely. His service name. A nom de guerre, most likely. He wouldn't divulge his full name. Only one of them did. A bad sign if there ever was one.
Tell me about the others first.
One is a man. Corty, they call him. A nickname as well. The other a woman. Phyllis DePaul. Corty is the gunner, I believe. DePaul is a radio operator.
Okay, let's have a think about that. So, they could be about town. They could be people we've run into. Corty and DePaul. Phyllis DePaul is the only one that gave her full name.
What would you say was his eye color? The deceased.
Ooh.
She closes her eyes, trying to picture the man's face, then shakes her head.
I can't remember.
Oh. There's a pang of regret to her voice.
The lieutenant was testing her, asking a small detail first to see if she knew him better than she let on. She passed.
There's nothing to be sorry about. That's just me and Cryo bickering, as we usually do. Now we're friends. We initially started talking on chat channels on IRC, like BBS's style things back in 20 odd years ago. So all we had was basically text chat back and forth. We live different sides of the world. We've never met in person. And yeah, we spent an awful lot of time just arguing a bit. It's TC dot, isn't it? It's like the Pokemon. And I know that because there's a lot of them about at the moment in Pokemon. So if I can check. Just as a heads up for those of you kind of getting into this, there's still a distinct possibility that at around 9ish, I'll do this as long as I can. I'll be breaking to go and play Vermintide 2, which is a bit like Left 4 Dead but with lots of Skaven. So it's TC dot, I think. EDC dot. EDC dot sounds about right. Let's do it, see if we can do this. No, that's not. Oh, I've got an idea. No, like that. I can't find them. They've never come on Discord. Can't find them on Twitch either. Does it? Me? Oh, right, hang on. PDC dot. Yep. If you search in Twitch search, it brings up all sorts of stuff that's not that, but if you search in people and friends. Yeah, I thought of them, but I couldn't see them on Discord, so didn't ping them directly. So let's continue being smart again.
That's all right, man. Anything else? Nationality? What would you say was his age?
He was 40 or 50. It's hard to say which. He had a combat injury on his lower jaw. It made it difficult to estimate his age or gauge his facial expressions.
Indeed. This matches the dental reconstruction we saw on the body. What else? Nationality? Accent?
He was Occidental, I think. Light brown hair, a mixed accent, Oranese, or Messinian maybe. His injury gave him an accent all his own.
And that seems to corroborate the ethnicity we gave.
Lieutenant is pedantically happy about it, as I would be.
Like a crossword puzzle solver, or a master at the guessing game, Peng.
I now want to know what the guessing game Peng is. Where are the remaining 2 mercs now? I think we need to know.
They've gone to ground, as it were. I don't recommend seeking them out. For one, they're almost certainly armed to the teeth.
He puts her foot on the guard wire for balance.
They don't have the same respect for the Revachol citizens' militia as I do. To put it bluntly, they think you're vigilantes. Ghetto savages. It will not be a fruitful meeting.
Still need to know where they are. Confront them directly. Okay, we'll steer clear for the moment. I think this is a choice. So, vote. No, you're not. I can assure you that. I occasionally vote for them myself as well. So, people just agree with you, Anders. You still need to know where they are.
You're likely to run into them eventually. When that happens, I'll be in a better position to mediate if I don't appear involved.
Now look at this. Logic 7, very high. Sent by the Pines. Scab leader murder, bad reply. clothes didn't fit right, scab leader bad acting, didn't pass background check, so I know everything about it. I know who it is already. Just from that. It's the scab leader. It's the dude outside the gates shouting will to work, right to work all the time. Hello, TD Salt. We were just talking about you. And I thought about you, so I gather she hunted you down. So you're aware, I'm somewhat further on in the game than Cryo was. I've been playing this a while. There's a lot that's happened. Oh, I really appreciate that. I do. I'm quite touched. I'll give you the same FYI that I gave everybody else a few minutes ago. It's a possibility around 9 o'clock UK time, which is about half an hour. About that, I'll play as long as I can. I will stop this to go and play Vermintide with Vermintide 2 with a friend, which I'll also be streaming more than likely. So you're welcome to watch that too. They are the father of a young lady, and said young lady does not appreciate bedtime at the moment. So quite often this is in the hands of fate. So I may just continue doing this. I may go and do that. But if there's any possibility of playing with my friend, which I haven't done for weeks, I'd like to do that as well. So interesting. I may just continue doing this. I may go and do that. Sorry, that I just got a DCMA warning from Facebook. So I just need to. Nothing I can do about it right now, but I will. I'll probably have to squash that. So where we are is this. Got an incredibly high logic, and whether I succeed or fail this, I know who the scab leader is anyway. Sorry, I know who this mercenary we're about to figure out is anyway, because he is talks about the scab leader, which is the dude outside. He's too big, his clothes don't fit right, clearly a bit sus. Now, it's kind of pointless, but to demonstrate the mechanism for anyone who's not seen it before, we'll do a stats, what I call a stats munge or a stats change. I click on this, you vote to increase one stat and reduce one stat. And what in this case I need is intellect increased. See from here. So logic is a subset of intellect, and you can decrease any of the others. I'd suggest psychomotrix. If enough people vote, the majority choice wins. So let's do this. What this does is very temporarily raise my stats. It should make no difference to this, because nice 7 is the highest you can get. Where are these mercenaries?
One is obviously the scab leader at the harbour gates. The one chanting the idiotic slogans, he's barely maintaining his disguise. The other has a vantage point in a building south of the roundabout. They were keeping tabs on you while you were canvassing the lorry drivers.
Now, we can say these out loud or move on. So... well, it only lasts for a short while. It lasts for 30 seconds. So there's not a lot you can that can really happen there. It's not, honestly, I think it's just a bonus for streamers. They made it look like there's a balance, but there's really no downside. So, one must be the goon in ill-fitting work clothes by the harbour gates, the scab leader. One is probably in a building overlooking the roundabout. I had another question for you. Bearing in mind that, do we want to share this information with her? Well, no one wants to avoid disclosing information, so fine. We're not great at that. Whoops. Where'd he go? Oh, 4 times. Bat killer. 4 times you've killed me. Ah, that's unfair. I've died 4 times, and you're responsible for at least 2. At least. So 50-50. 1 got the dice, for which there is no dice cam or anything. You just have to trust me. So 1 to 3 is 1. I will explain as much as I can as we go along, but this is really, really intense game with lots and lots of information. So there will be gaps, which hopefully you'll fill in. But if you've got any questions, just ask them, and I'll tell you what I know about it. So 1 to 3 is 1. 4 to 6 is 2. And it's 3, so 1. One must be the goon in ill-fitting work clothes by the harbour gates, the scab leader.
That may be so. I still
but
hope
this
you
is getting
heed my
XP, so it's
advice.
good.
There's no need to kick the hornet's nest.
Yeah, she's trying to protect us, I think.
For all your talk of averting this catastrophe, the situation at the gate is a powder keg. Does this not bother you?
You get in there, Kim.
Of course it bothers me, Lieutenant. But my hands are tied. How would my employer react if it appeared I were intervening on behalf of the Union?
Your concern may be appearances. Ours is keeping the peace.
That's right, Kim. You tell her. Okay, so we'll last one is probably in the building overlooking the roundabout.
Would afford a good vantage point. In any case, it's practically inaccessible.
Where is your radio for contacting them, if I may ask? Do you have an earpiece?
Heavens no. I'm not an undercover agent. There's a short wave at the ship's wheel.
I was towards the sloop's cabin. I had another question for you.
I hope I can answer it better.
How much time do we have?
Until the executions start? Truthfully, I don't know. It depends on their progress identifying the members of the lynch mob, and their impatience.
Okay.
They don't report their progress to you?
Not on this matter. I'm afraid they consider this a personal initiative.
There is a brief silence. Seagulls squawk over the bay.
It's a matter of days, not weeks.
The miserable bearded guy? You mean the one in the bottom left? Yeah. Still there. Still me. Just had a shave. And doesn't look quite as miserable. I will take your cat any time. You'll just have to put up with me calling him Tyblat. Because he's Tyblat to me now. Forever. Yeah, you have a shave. One of the things you can do is have a shave, and the other things, when you're all doing that interaction with the mirror, you're doing a lot of introspection. And one of the things you're dealing with is this permanently screwed up expression, this leer that you've got. So now, you're not leering. You look miserable. Well, a bit sad. Alright, maybe. Things aren't great, but it's coping. Which is the most this guy can hope for. I mean, he's in a terrible state. That's enough for now.
I am sorry to have been the bearer of bad news. If there is anything else I can help you with, please ask.
Tattoos are another task, so now can you tell me about these tattoos? Show her the photo.
Of course. Excuse my hesitation before.
Reaches over the guard wire and takes a photo in her hand.
For about half a minute, in silence.
You're doing some thinking.
She wears fingerless gloves. Her fingernails are cut short and fractured, like those of a working woman.
Well, she works. She has a boat. It's gonna wear away at those cuticles, you know.
It was taken with a frigate not long ago. This is the man's upper body. There were no more markings on his hands or legs.
Stay quiet. Observe the woman's expression.
Her mouth is relaxed. The accordion lines near her mouth vanish. The pearls of her eyes move slowly on the photo's surface. She has no excess of emotions for this cadaver. Has she seen dead bodies before? It's likely.
Oh, more than likely, I'd imagine. What do you think?
Sorry. I was trying to see if I can read the web of interdependencies between these points. The stars.
She points to one on the photo paper.
I can't. But that's how you read this story. The points themselves don't have letters, numbers, anything. Their size, location on the body, and distance from each other tells you what they represent.
Like stars in the sky? Or do we say nothing and let her continue? Boat! Ooh, 50-50. They're going to be a breaking vote? No. Again, 1 to 3 is 1. 4 to 6. It is 2. Say nothing.
Port cities. On the oceans. This is an Orionese map of the waterways, a sailor's tattoo worn by wayfarers of the DeLorean century. As early as 300 years ago, the sailors would mark their bodies to map their travels.
Nice! So, what is the use of this map? What did the travel to the damp man make? Tell me more. That's all for 2, thank you for your help. So let's go from 1 to... and go down.
The sailor's soul would use it to fly back home if they should die abroad. This is a sort of contraption to be reeled back in by. The silver cord, they would call it.
Nice.
Where is he now?
Where is he now? He's in the morgue. We sent the body back. This one is going nowhere but the morgue. I've spoken to him. For now the soul is fastened inside his corpse. This one has flown quite well by now. Nowhere. There is no boat. If in doubt, go for the craziest answer. I have spoken to him. For now the soul is fastened inside his corpse.
That is precisely what the sailors feared when they drew these maps. A fear of drowning within one's own corpse.
What travels did the dead man make?
Quite a few. Vredefort, the Orkney's capital, traditionally stands on the right shoulder. He started somewhere near here, I think.
Points to it on the photo.
What next?
Then he made his way to the Pretto Grande, through what I think must be the Stutz Canal, an artificial channel through the Occident. From the Pretto, he sailed to the Insulindic Ocean, first the Semnes Islands, then this.
What is that?
Revachol. Those are the two constants. Vredefort on the shoulder, and Revachol in the heart. They started the tradition of these maps right after the discovery of Insulinde, at the dawn of the Inter-Easlary Age.
Inter-Easlary Age. I love this game's language. Brilliant, isn't it?
The old world passing by, and the new world already here.
You said you can't read it.
I can't. This man was no sailor, and these are no ports. I can understand geographic fragments, but not their meaning.
In Martinaise, looking into Crenel, he writes in one. Then the man puts down his pen and rubs his temples with both hands. Outside, there is a siren. Distant gunshots on the streets of the Jamrock Quarter.
This man is no brother of mine, but this is his service history. I don't think we can choose anything else, can we? Full dramatic. This man is no brother of mine. This is his service history.
That makes sense to me. We have no more use for a map of the waterways, just like we don't need sailors the way we used to. This is what the custom would morph into on the Occident. Mercenary tattoos.
Yeah, makes sense. Yeah, I think back here there's a lot of that. Like Martinaise is obviously like Martinaise. There's a lot of interesting kind of parallels. It's a lot of mishmash of stuff. So like the communist stuff. It's interesting that there's a lot of French stuff in here. Like Kim's accent is French, or at least it's French to my ears. As are like the old guard military, like the old man who's the guard and so on. They're modelled, I think, quite a lot on French Revolutionary kind of model, mixed in with a bit of French Imperial. The uniforms are kind of Imperial, but the attitudes are French. French Revolution, the communism stuff. But communism here means something a bit different to communism, like pure Marxism style communism. It's all very nicely twisted to kind of be like our reality without actually being our reality. And there's an author who does this really well called China Meeville, who writes books, fantastic books, which are sometimes set in places as weird, as wonderful as Martinaise, and sometimes they're just set in London, or something in between. And again, it just makes fantastical, normal, and mundane, and dirty, and there's very little straightforwardness in any of them. So I think the way that it lifts little bits of language and twists them slightly and then puts them into the game for something that's almost but not quite the same is really, really cool. Really nice.
For all the boys looking for adventure, a blood spatter on the seas.
Lovely. Who could tell me more?
His platoon members? The other contractors. Though I do not suggest you go and show them that picture. This man was their friend and comrade.
I think we could have figured
It
that
could
out.
go this or the other way. Maybe if you're tactful, it could be beneficial. Surely there are other people to ask about the tattoo. This is not necessary to complete the task, officer. It's a dangerous side task. Search elsewhere.
Do we take this task? Mark it down, ask Mercs about tattoos, or just leave it off the schedule? I know what I want, but vote! While we're at it. One thinks otherwise, so I need the information. Mark it down, ask the Mercs about
Do
tattoos.
what you have to do, Detective DeWitt. I don't think deciphering that tattoo should come before public security, but if you should wade into the mob to find out, I couldn't stop you.
No, you couldn't.
We will be careful.
Kim approves. If Kim approves of something, that's good. Also, regular viewers, look at all this space I have around me. It is wonderful. It took me all of an hour to sort out today, and I am so much happier for it. That's all for the tattoos. Thank you for your help.
Is there anything else I can help you with?
Looks like there's not. Oh, actually, one thing should do. A bit better. Thank you, that's all for now. Right. Oh no! Okay, that's a dangerous one. Actually, this is my full name, Harrier Du Bois. Harry. And I'm pretty fucking communist. Now, I have another conversation to have just over here. Let's have it face to face.
Hello again, officers. Have you come to admire my mural?
Ooh. Right, this is a conversation we might want to come back to. But it can't be retried. How high can we get a conceptualization? That's as high as we can get it.
Hello again, officers. Have you come to
it's still
admire
not
my
great.
mural?
An extra one would be good. Get that. Ugh. This is probably where it would be a good idea for me to have got a pack of smokes, wouldn't it? Well, apart from the first one. And the guy who's smoking, who won't give you a cigarette and tells you he hasn't got any smokes. So, conceptualization 2. What am I doing wrong here?
Hello again, officers. Have you come to admire
I'm running
my
against
mural?
18, that's why. So this would be hard even with a good. It's a hard even with a good store. Or okay, we'll come back to that roll later. We might get some other bonuses. So piss fart and all of these others we've done. So 5 and 7. Piss fart and fuck the world send their best. And hey sister, let's talk politics for a minute. Talk about piss fart and fuck the world send their best.
I don't believe it. I've never known those boys to have manners.
It's they're not censoring fart. They're possibly censoring faggot. Which is a very. It's a very unpleasant thing to call someone who is gay in the UK. But they may not. This is the thing. Is I think that at one point it turned they uncensor and it turns out it's something completely harmless. It's like one of the tricks the game pulls because it makes you think it's one thing, but actually it's completely nonsensical. It's just meant to be. I think the idea is that whatever that word is, it's the most offensive word in Martinaise or the entire intersolary whatever. But if it were Vagga, it would be sensible to censor it, just in general, because the way it's used in the game isn't very sensitive. I don't believe it. I've known those boys to have manners.
The bemusement in her voice doesn't fully mask genuine tenderness.
Piss fart is good. I like piss fart. Piss fart. Has an edge to it, doesn't it? They seem to hold you in high esteem. I think they're afraid of you. Maybe it's just Skull solidarity. I made up saying their best part, but I did talk to them. I think we can choose any of those, so I'm going to go with one. They seem to hold you in high esteem.
They'll never be skulls, but their hearts are in the right place.
Skulls are cool. Can I be a skull? Skulls are silly. What are you even trying to achieve? Got it. Enough of that. Skull gangs. Want to be a skull? Oh, that's annoying. My tea wasn't actually brewing at all. One day I'm going to do that, and I'm just going to drop straight down as the gas lift gives out. Skulls are cool. Can I be a skull?
Fat chance. But you can still do your part to revitalise the neighbourhood.
Okay then, how's that? But I really want to be a skull. Vote. I like Cindy. She has a hard life, but she keeps a sense of humour and a principle. I am gonna... yeah. Oh, she said fat chance, so no chance. Fat chance, it just means got no chance. I really want to be a skull.
She throws you a conspiratorial glance, then presses her finger to her lips and squints up at the sky, as though straining to hear something in the distance.
Have you noticed the quiet? Every so often, you might hear a gunshot pierce the air somewhere in Jamrock. But in Martinaise, no gunshots, no sirens. The people are languishing in boredom and complacency. This place is a sepulchre. We'll paint it red. We bring the raucous. You bring the sirens.
She's making a valiant effort to come off as a nihilist, but she's really just an angry little commie. No wonder she was talking about the streets flowing red. That's what happened during the revolution.
So tell me, what's it like being a skull and a communist? Better not. Fat chance is pretty common. I don't think she's trying to call you me fat. My guy is fairly fat. And that's okay. So tell me, what's it like being a skull and a communist?
You got me, pig shit. I don't make for a very good skull. I like animals too much. Simians and pigs.
Well done.
But I'm still gonna write some damn good graffiti-o on this wall.
Her voice sounds different when she speaks this candidly. Older somehow.
It's attempt to establish contact. Hey, sister, let's talk politics for a minute.
And what do you know about politics?
Squints at you suspiciously. I'm looking for comrades to help me fire up the great Mazovian sausage grinder. Will you help me? One of the Union guys said there's someone trying to organise an underground revolutionary cell. I know that deep down you bleed white. For communists and admit it. I'm searching for a bunch of mole people. I like all of those. So 1 to 2 is 1. 2 to 3 is hang on. 1 to 2 is 1. 3 and 4 2. 5 and 6. It is 1. I'm looking for comrades to help me fire up the great Mazovian sausage grinder. Will you help me? Girl erupts into a cackle that seems like it should belong to a much older.
Oh, that's very nice. The little piggy wants to make sausages. Out of what? His little piggy friends?
No, out of the bourgeoisie. That's what we need to talk about. I don't know who I'm supposed to be making sausage out of. Turn to Kim. Don't worry, Kim. I could never make you into a sausage. That's right. I'm going to make juicy sausages links out of the entire 41st precinct. We may have fucked up here. Don't worry, Kim. I would never make you into a sausage.
It was not a concern of mine.
Sure. I know someone who'd love to talk that ideological stuff. You're looking for Steban. A right communist who runs a mega cool and very secret meeting.
Uh-huh. Does this Steban happen to go around in a jacket like the one I'm wearing?
He might.
We help you find him.
No.
Come on, Cindy. The lieutenant lets slip a sigh that seems to suggest this turn was utterly predictable. Go on, Cindy. From one communist to another, help me out. Is it money you want? Here, take some. I've got plenty. Offer 5 real. We don't have plenty. Hey! Hey, Pip. How you doing? I guess just give up then. Nothing ever works out for me. Just tell me what you want me to do! I choose. Oh! Whoa. Negative. Nobody felt like appealing to Cindy's better nature? Guess you should just give up then. Nothing ever works out for
Oh, God. If he isn't the saddest pig in the world.
I'm a pretty sad cop, it's true.
Incidentally, The Saddest Pig in the World is the title of a popular Gottwaldian children's book, written and illustrated by Moritz Metzger. In 1926, it received the prestigious Kritiker Prize for Youth Literature.
Kritiker Prize. The Critic Prize? Yes.
Oh, fine. I'll help. But first...
We
I
guilted
want
her
something
into it.
from you.
What's that
A
then?
wicked grin extends across her face.
Don't like that very much.
A laughing skull. Death hilarious. This is gonna be bad.
Oink for me, piggy. Just once.
Ooh. I'm not oinking for you. Come on, this is no way to treat your revolutionary brother. With gusto. Oink, oink. Well, you're all about humiliating my poor guy, so let's do it. With gusto. Oink, oink. Let's do it.
Wow, that was easier than I expected. It's almost like you've been wanting to do it this whole time.
I think this woman is mistaking me for someone who has any shame.
A cool, damp feeling ripples through you. You realize you needn't have rolled over quite so easily. The lieutenant, needless to say, is
And we
not
pissed off Kim.
impressed.
Sounds like you're really serious about meeting Steban. It's touching, sort of. Steban's group meets only at night, in an old room in these apartments here. It just so happens you're in luck. Their weekly meeting is tonight. Poke your snout around sometime after 10 p.m. and you might just find them.
Hold on. What else can you tell me about this?
Just that he's a real communist. Not like the
Okay,
play
see you in a bit.
acting you've been doing. The rest, you'll have to see for yourself.
Play acting. I have 18 communism. 18? Yeah, 18 communism. How many do you have? That's very helpful. Thank you, Cindy. Why do I feel like there's a catch? That's kind of my feeling too.
Oh, smart pig. Because there is. See, Steban's a bit on the paranoid side. He's got all these mega secret passphrases to keep out infiltrators and the like. You can't join the meeting without one.
Pen clears his throat.
Not to interfere in your personal errand, but I wonder whether it might have something to do with that phrase Mañana mentioned overhearing.
Wait, what phrase? Oh, right. Good thinking, Kim. I was totally about to say that. That's really dumb. You should feel embarrassed about even suggesting that. I can't remember what the phrase is. Because that conversation with Mañana was ages ago and we haven't played. So, how should we respond to this? Yeah, I think we have to fess up. Wait, what phrase?
Remember Dobreva in Martinaise.
Oh, right. Good thinking, Kim. I was totally about to say that. That's really dumb. You should feel embarrassed even suggesting that. Kim is nice. We like him.
The lieutenant nods.
Guess this is what happens when two pigs put their heads together. That's enough. Off with you then.
It's a lazy chewing motion with a dangly hand. Now we can do this. Cup of tea. And then I have to go and turn off the DMCA music. DMCA, whatever it is, music, because Sony is apparently upset with me. I thought it was already off, to be honest, but Yeah, it's really irritating. That's the first hit I've ever had. All they've done is claim my video on Facebook, and I'm like, well, you can have it. Don't care. But anyway, I would like a bit more intellect, please. Off we go. Intellect up, something else down, please. Just to maximise our chances. "30 seconds to go. That's as high as it can go. And roll."
You don't have the skills to execute something like this in practice. But, oh boy, the idea's going to blow her fucking mind.
Nice! "I'm going to create a highly detailed skeleton of an ancient bird that went extinct 100 million years ago." Good start.
She squints her eyes.
"And then I'm going to paint it red using heavy fuel oil. And I'm going to fucking light it on fire." Oh, solid twist. Was it, or is it twist? It's now flex. Flex.
On fire.
Is the Phoenix, get it? What do you say?
I say, sod off. You don't have the technical skills to do that.
Nice. I thought you'd like my idea. What's your problem? I'm sorry, was the image offensive? Did you survive an avian attack as a child? It's a bit punchy downy. Anyway, vote. And can someone, once we get out of this conversation, remind me to turn off my DMCA thing? Because check it at least. Oh, we got a sniper at Cindy. Yeah, fine. Sorry, was the image offensive? Did you survive an alien attack as a child?
Didn't we all?
Fair
I
point.
like your idea. Should have thought of it myself. I don't need this kind of competition in my neighborhood.
What are you gonna do? Damn, it was too strong. That's not fair. But Cindy, art is bigger than either of us. I didn't realise you were so petty and insecure. So, 67%. So, art is bigger than either of us. Let's do it. Cindy, art is bigger than...
Then get your brush from fucking art.
Nice. My apologies, I was trying too hard.
You're a police officer and a grown-up. Why are you trying to impress her? Maybe try a different approach.
I'm sorry for invading your personal space like this, but I'm going to take that paintbrush from you, kiddo. Gonna do this? We're gonna do this. Taking a brush. I bet you this isn't gonna go well.
And I need an aircraft carrier. So what?
Stand your ground with a look of weary determination. Cindy, I'm gonna stand here until you hand over that paintbrush. I'm sorry, but I'm going to ask you again. Give me the brush, please. This doesn't make a lot of sense. But okay. Vote. I do not want to be standing around with a look of weary determination. Cindy, I'm going to stand here until you hand over that paintbrush.
Have you got any kids? Because you sound like the world's saddest dad right now.
As far as I know.
But fine, take the brush. I'm all out of fuel oil anyway.
Paintbrush at your feet.
You know what you've got in that fuel canister you scavenged from your Kanema? Red-dyed heavy fuel oil. Time to get to proper work, artiste.
Catch you later, Cindy. Yeah, MCA time. DCMA, whatever. Some letters in that order. Yep. It's on. I will take this up with Facebook later, and they will never get back to me. Seeing a few more people than usual. Welcome. Say hi in the chat if you like. Ask any questions. So, where are we? We've probably... I stream to my own personal page, so I get the occasional person who, particularly if I'm playing Hades, some people watch, and occasionally, quite a lot of people see it on Facebook and then come over to Twitch, and I'm thinking of like just not doing Facebook at all, because it only gets posted to friends anyway. So I stream to Twitch, Facebook, and YouTube using a service called Restream, who are not paying me a commission. But if you need a service that does more than one, makes more than one stream, I kind of completed Hades a little while ago, but there's a bit left, and my long-standing producer, Batkiller, basically became the first person to watch me with any regularity because of Hades, and yeah, I absolutely adored that game. But there's no more story. There's only 100% completion. The actual end. Now, this is the question. I don't know if there is an actual end. I haven't even Googled it. If there is an actual end, I will commit to finding it. So we have a... Everyone take note. We have a 10 o'clock appointment. And plausibly, we need to do karaoke as well. Yeah, I thought so. Like, it all kind of felt concluded storyline-wise. Right, we've got a few things to do. What armor pieces are we missing? Got the cuirass, gauntlets. Oh, there's a helmet that was kicked into the river. No, it's fine. I will probably Google what's left to do in there. But I've done the Stephanie Corey bit and the bickering gods bit, so it doesn't really seem to be much else. It's not really pointing me in any direction, so kind of moved on from there for a while, but I do want to come back at some point. Yeah, feast. Yeah, we're done. Also, so back to task book. Victims to dues. Oh, we got it. That would call back tomorrow. Prove our authority to Titus Hardy. Okay, all good. Right. Let's have a look. We now have all the thoughts we can have. At the moment, we can open more slots, but we haven't got any more to internalize. Oh, actually, no, we've got loads we can internalize. Yeah. So we have some points. We've skill point, 2 skill points to spend. We may want to wait, decide what we want to do with them. But one of the things that we're somewhat lacking in is health. I don't think we can do anything about that. Oh, we can. We can go up a level in endurance. That might be wise. Have a think about that. So what next? And just a general update, doesn't look like I will be switching games this evening, as the young lady is refusing to go to bed. Right. Oh, I've got a question for people who do a bit more regular streaming. Is it possible to set up bits and so on without monetizing things? I think it is. But it might be fun to have some little channel games in here. I'm a crap completionist. I always feel like I should complete things and I never do. Yeah. So looking at the channel now, the settings. Branding, featured content. Are bits an extension? Oh, that's why. It's just there isn't an option. That makes sense. I will not worry about that then. So, back to the task list. We can ask the scab leader out of the twos. This could go very badly. That has still not gone well. So, I think there is a thing I need. What's a good pole bot? No, I need channel points, not Is there a bot that does some other stuff as well as polls that's good to use? Cryo, you're really probably a good person to stop time moving. Yeah, so channel points don't come in until you're an affiliate or a partner. That's fine. I don't really need a point spot, but I won't get points until I make affiliate, if I make affiliate. I found a polling bot. Oh, I only get one overlay. So I can either have... Disco Elysium thing, or... Oh, hang on, there's a stream element. There's a stream element spot. No, they don't do it. Anyway. Right, we'll just have to do this the old-fashioned way. Here's a list of tasks. We can ask the scab leader about the tattoos, which will probably lead to a fight or possible death. Things we're liable to be able to do. We could try and get the speed from Kuno's apartment, possibly have a fight with his dad. We can go and refill the traps, which isn't a task on there. That's interesting. We can go and solve the egghead puzzle. That's best done at night. Find a working firearm. Actually, Sting karaoke will be tonight. So let's go and find that trap, because it will be a good wander around the scenery anyway. It took me ages to figure out you could keep on going down here.
locusts aren't doing all too well, but they're still in there. This isn't the empty trap. That must have been another one. That one was in Land's End.
So can you guess who crashed this car? And there is so much going on. And it is easy to miss stuff. Oh, this is new.
And Mikhail noticed the windows, especially with how there are no windows on the south side. This was to deal with.
A blond man stands next to his son, pointing to the weather-worn ruins. He sees you approaching and smiles.
You officers, come to investigate the historic subtext of West Martinaise? I'm Tran Heilostam. You must be Kim Kituragi, right? I was just telling my son about this building. Not a lot of people realize the historic significance here. Very rich in hypertext.
Nice to meet you.
And nods. Hold on. Hypertext?
Yes, hypertext. Young Carp and the collection of cultural hyperlinks.
He says as if it's self-evident. Wait, what was that about the windows before?
Oh yes. So, Mikhail, they had to deal with monitor glare, especially in the summer. They still had vector monitors back then. That was 49 years ago. So they didn't have windows on the south wall.
Okay. You and Kim know each other?
No, I can't say that we've met before, but I've heard of Kim, of course. Mikhail, say hi to the officers.
He rests his hands on the boy's shoulder and the child stays hidden behind the hem of his father's coat, clutching to his worm-themed colouring book.
Mikhail's a little tired today. We spent all night trying to run Orbis on his radio computer. Have you heard of it? It's a programming language used in Grad. Quite tricky, but he wanted to play this Grad-made adventure program. We've been getting really into worms lately.
The man speaks in the artificial cadence of a professor, or someone who's been on too many radio shows.
But I assume you're not here for giant worms when there are so many real things to see. Just as I was telling Mikhail before, this is where the Coalition landed in 08. We could be standing on what is the most interesting landmark in Revachol West.
Points to the building again.
Wow, get a load of this guy. He really enjoys his trivia. The Orbis programming language was named after its inventor, Victor Orbis, a cybernetician from Grad. They run Vox in the Occidental countries.
What's so fascinating about an empty old building? You look like someone who has money. Do you have any money? Great, thank you for the interesting information. What's so fascinating about an empty old building?
Aha! But it's not just any empty old building.
He raises his eyes to shield himself from the freezing snow. All four of you turn to admire the mural before you.
What not a lot of people know is, this used to be the R&D department of Felt Electrical. And Felt, which now sells ink cartridges mostly, was once a top dog in the turn-of-the-century cybernetics boom.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on. What's R&D?
At the building looming over you. Wait, what's an R&D department? So, look at the building looming over us.
It looks old and weathered, with seagulls picking apart its stone and metal carcass. Bushy undergrowth has taken hold of the collapsed rooftop. Some kind of bird has set up a nest on a broken windowsill.
Wait, what's an R&D department?
Apologies, it's an acronym for research and development. They don't use it anymore.
Smiles brightly, laugh lines around his eyes.
You're probably more familiar with RTD, Research and Technological Development.
Mea culpa. You are not familiar with that one either. This man is a bookhead.
I don't think I've ever heard of this Feld Electrical. Indeed.
That's not surprising. Only a vestigial ink cartridge and ferrotape manufacturer remains.
He adjusts his suit jacket.
They started out as a midway electronics outfit in Königstein 2 centuries ago. After an aggressive move to Revachol, Feld became a global player in the emerging personal electronics market of the pre-revolutionary era. Still, Tricentennial was beating them in business machines. But Feld had an ace up their sleeve, or should I say they were developing an ace up their sleeve. I'm mixing my metaphors here.
What was that ace?
It was here in Martinaise, possibly in this very building, that they developed prototypes for a tape computer.
A tape computer?
Mm-hmm. An elegant folding mechanism of rollers and ferrotape ribbons, portable enough to be a take-it-home solution. Revolutionizing business machines, possibly even bring them to the average consumer, which is a feat of engineering even today's giants, Rehm, ICN and ZAM, haven't achieved yet.
He grins, admiring the sentence he just produced. But isn't his kid have a computer, a radio computer? Okay.
He assumes something like a combat stance, facing the wind.
What happened?
Indeed. What?
The revolution!
The boy wipes his nose on his sleeve.
Unfortunately, their moonshot project never made it to the market. Feld's move to Revachol backfired. The revolutionary government liquefied their assets and expropriated those very advanced prototypes. Possibly from this very building, or one of the adjacent ruins.
He pauses, pointing to the other building, then continues.
All of this was built by Feld, even the boardwalk. Wild Pines built Martinaise proper as a resort for their middle management. Feld built this side of town for R&D.
You're saying that Feld Electrical built this boardwalk? Look onto your feet. Yep, let's do that. We can work through these.
Yes, they even built a pleasure wheel, but that got destroyed in the war.
Yep, like everything else by the sounds of things.
A pleasure wheel?
And looks at the horizon as if picturing gondolas rising to the sky.
Perhaps reminded of a childhood memory. It's clear he would prefer there were a big wheel, lighting up the coast.
I think we can all agree with that.
Yes, to lure in their star engineers. This part of Martinaise was nothing but reeds before Feld arrived. They had to make the prospect of living here attractive. It was supposed to become a global center for innovation in cybernetics. But history had other plans.
What happened to the engineers, the company people?
Oh, I'm afraid it didn't end well for the boys. But this story is a bit too dark for little Mikhail here. Now, if you were to ask about tape computers...
Smiles again as if he's somehow personally responsible for this bleak turn of events.
He means that the boys got shot by the communists. The boys were bourgeois.
Oh dears. Then to Mikkel, he means they all got shot in the head because they were bourgeois. Now, do you know what the bourgeois is? Tape computers. Right. Do we traumatize the kid? No one wants to traumatize the kid. Cool. Let's move on. Tape computers. Right.
Tape computers.
He nods, wind-tootling his suit jacket. What did the revolutionaries do with those advanced tape computers?
They used them for military communications, but also to write and send out press releases, the most notorious example being Le Décret de Mars.
Says while his son looks up idly chewing on the corner of his worm-themed colouring book. What was that?
What's the Mars Decree? I mean the radio transmission sent out to news agencies and world governments by the newly created Commune of Revachol on the 7th of March in the year 02.
A short-lived legislative foundation for a short-lived utopia.
It's a beautiful piece of text, actually. A singer-songwriter I know, Charette, called it a love poem to Revachol on her political concept album, Bon Baiser dans le Lind. You should read it. Every local library in Revachol stocks a copy of the decree.
Righto.
I tried to get Mikhail to memorize it. Tried to. Someone was much too interested in worms to be paying any attention.
He looks at his son, who starts giggling, his face hidden behind the book.
The kid takes a peek at the green and silver worm on the cover of the book, already forgetting about this part of the discussion.
How do those tape computers work? Do they work like radio computers?
Actually, no one knows. No one even knows what a computer made entirely of tape would look like. But word has it, they were very elegant, exquisite, alien-looking turn-of-the-century hardware.
He raises his finger, remembering something.
Buckle up.
You ready for this?
10 years ago, I did a little freelancing, I guess you could say. I was a special consultant for an exhibition at the Wompty Dumpty Dum Center in Vredefort, Oranje. It raised the same questions, and we had lengthy discussions with Paul Ockerman, who was head curator at the time. This was before the twins Keith and Guy Juice joined the team, trying to...
Okay, it sounds like me whenever I'm trying to describe something. But you've got to love the Wompty Dumpty Dum Centre in Vredefort, Oranje.
Wait, did he just say Wompty Dumpty Dum Center?
Right, that's what I heard.
He did it. He said Wompty Dumpty Dum Center, like it's the most natural thing in the world. What the hell is a Wompty Dumpty Dum Center? And who the hell are Keith and Guy Yost?
I'm down with this entire line of questioning, so we're just going to go. Okay, the Wompty Dumpty Dum Centre, Paul Ockerman, Keith and Guy Juice. What are you talking about?
The Wompty Dumpty Dum Center for Contemporary Art. The exhibition itself drew on Lagerman's notion of memory, and so there were some parallels. That's why the head curator, Paul Ockerman, chose to...
You're making this up. Turn to the lieutenant. Kim, is he making this up? Come on, there's no place called the Wompty Dumpty Dum Centre of Arts. What shall we do? Vote. Get some tea. Right, you've spoken. Normally I would check with Kim. Come on! There's no place called the Wompty Dumpty Dum Centre of Arts.
Actually, I think there is. No, it's too much. He's joking.
In fact, I'm not. The Wompty Dumpty Dum Center is a place you can visit if you're ever in Vredefort and are ever in the market for an exhibition space / contemporary art research center.
He clears his throat.
But perhaps I should return to the tape computers. As I was saying, the device itself was very elegant, fragile even. One could write directly on the tape using a special chemical solution. The machine would then analyze the handwriting, perform operations, and project output onto a white screen. It was a beautiful, delicate thing.
Made of black film and folding tape structures.
I'm afraid Pete is gone. I know, it's brilliant. Did he sound a little Dutch to you, BK? Because it kind of reminded me of some Dutch people I've known, but I am terrible at accent. Made of black film and folding tape structures. I really wish you could replay the narrator's voice. A bit more German, maybe. There's something about the cadence. But I really wish you could replay the narrator's voice as well, because I just think it's gorgeous. So, nod. Cool. I've seen cooler things than that. The RCM should get some of those. Oh, so. Vote. Play it cool. Cool.
Very, very cool. Though I understand the socio-economic causes of the revolution, it pains me to imagine the revolutionaries setting fire to this precious device. But so they did. The Feld playback experiment vanished into the fires of '07.
Wait, the Feld playback experiment?
Yes, the official name of the prototype. Some sources report it as the Feld playback experience, but those are incorrect.
Why did the revolutionaries destroy it?
Who knows? Maybe it was an accident, or maybe they didn't want the technology to end up in the wrong hands. Either way, they're all gone now. All 3 versions of the prototype. Nothing but debris and ashes remain inside that building.
He takes a step back. The boardwalk creaks mournfully in the wind. I wanted to ask something else.
But of course. What else?
Okay.
Sure. What's on your mind?
Anything?
But of course.
You look like someone who's got money. Do you have any money? Thanks for all the information, interesting information. Leave. Kim does not really is really unhappy with us asking people for money all the time. So we're just gonna leave.
No, thanks to you for having me and little Mikhail here to pick your brain. A very interesting conversation indeed.
Pick your brain? If anything, this was rather one-sided. He did the talking. Whatever.
Ah, it's not as effective. We'll need some of that.
You see, a once bright new room towering above you. The signage has peeled off over the years, but you can still make out Feld Electrical R&D. A slogan used to intertwine with the loops a long time ago. Now,
looks like tomorrow never came. Looks like tomorrow never came.
the locusts aren't doing all too. The locusts aren't doing.
Oh, there's an. Oh, it's. Ah. Got a lot more clicking to do. It's hard to say. Kind of just finding out what happens next. There are sections to this game, a bit like in Subnautica, where the best thing you can do is just wander around and see what new comes up. So that guy we just talked to was not there the last time we were here.
The reeds dance slowly around the empty trap. The trap's netting trembles. No insect sounds or movement anywhere. The locusts, dazed from being transported, slowly begin to acclimate to their new surroundings.
Obviously, it's nothing like Subnautica, but yeah, well, kind of. When in doubt here, like, kind of push buttons and see what happens. But the problem is this game is not very forgiving. And it can outright kill you. You can end up going down a path you really don't like. There's at least one conversation I'm avoiding, because if you fail halfway through it, you go into this really grim sequence, like quite upsetting stuff. And you can't. There are no dialogue choices to extract your character from what they're doing. They just kind of get stuck in it.
They're not really going to get the chance to get comfortable here.
Good. Now that's done. When can we get to our impending apocalypse of a murder investigation? Don't answer that. It was a rhetorical question.
I think possibly a better comparison might be something like Monkey Island. You start trying things just to see what happens. Did anybody else hear a massive grindy crunch noise?
An old door, worn by elements, guards the depot. The
Red
wind
checks.
has blown a sand dune in front of it. The
And
door hasn't been opened in a long while. You see a handle.
Red checks can't be retried. Right, even with our super interfacing, it's just very unlikely we'll get that. So we haven't done it yet. It's on the task list. Seems appropriate for this bit. We gave her a hat.
Hello again.
Ooh. How is our empathy? So, let's have a look at our... Can't remember what our empathy clothing is. If we have some. What we got? Oh, that was it. It's not one of those, it's this. It's the clipboard of empathy. Right, we'll do this and I'll get my tea.
Hello again.
Right, can I have some extra psych, please? Let's roll it.
The device is still warm from her touch and heavy as a brick from the batteries inside. The company logo, Omicron, adorns its yellow plastic cover. Inside, the tape is rolling. The girl looks at the device in your hands.
I'm sorry you have to sit here on the ice feeling miserable at your age, at any age, in this weather, waiting for it to get dark.
She looks you in the eye, her pupils wide, surrounded by a ridiculous amount of makeup.
The people who built this world intended it to be better for you. They failed. Easier to live in their failure with this by your side. Tap on the tape recorder.
The wind howls. She remains silent. It's real. Tell her.
Not a childish fantasy. It can be a real weapon against what's coming for you.
What is?
The dark. Nothing if you got this. Don't be scared. Once again reminded of how Contact Mike rose from the slums of St. Baptiste to the top of the boxing world, overcoming adversity and serious brain trauma. Nothing is coming. Nothing he won't knock out in 3 rounds. The real fight is for the right attitude. I don't think I'm going to tell her that because it's nonsense. 1 or 2. Boat. Righto. 2 it is. Nothing. If you got this, don't be scared.
Okay, I'll stick to it.
You take this device from you and place it in the lap. I'll stick to it.
So thanks, I guess, for the psych session. Maybe I can return it. What's been eating you, officer?
You said eating me. There's nothing eating me. Your associates tried to use me to set up a drug lab. I'm guessing you knew of this plan. The others told me you went inside the church. What do you see in there? I'd like to know more about your associates. Okay. You said eating me. There's nothing eating me.
Come on, I can tell. But, okay. Be a boyadero about it if you want to.
I guess there's something that's been making my life hell.
What is it?
That's kind of you. Just let me fuck it up on my own. I think it's the plight of the working class. Everyone's just mooching off the entrepreneurial class, shackling the doers. I think it's all these foreign people taking our jobs. People just keep putting their selfish interests ahead of the greater good. Oh, I'm interested to know. People just keep putting their selfish interests ahead of the greater good.
Oh, really?
Yeah, no one understands that sometimes you're going to make sacrifices for the sake of progress. It's all very distressing.
So, the thing that's been eating you is the slow pace of social progress?
Don't get me wrong. I'm all for slow and steady progress. I just wish people would be a little more reasonable about it. No, that's probably not it, is it? Yeah, pretty sure. Now I had some questions about something else entirely. No, that's probably not it. Is it?
No, it sounds like you just got chick issues.
Now that you mention it, I found these letters I've thrown in the trash and they might have something to do with it. Could be right, but I don't know for certain.
Okay. Why do you think that?
First, they had just the faintest scent of chewing gum on them. I could still smell it under the shit. They were written in a woman's hand, and oh boy, did reading them make me feel not good. Hell with this. Questions, I had them, and you have answers. One or two? One it is. First, they just had the faintest scent of chewing gum on them. I can still smell it under the shit.
Wow, man. That's pretty symbolic. Don't you think?
Yes, I found that to be very symbolic too. No. Why? No combat at all. No, we didn't say that, Cryo, but I can see how that would be your first thought. Oh, why? Okay, we're done.
Used to be sweet. Now it's shit. Seems pretty symbolic to me. Anyway, what else?
They were written in a woman's hand, and oh boy, did reading them make me feel not good.
There you have it then, chick trouble. Not political after all. Who was she?
I don't remember.
Really? You seem to be pretty upset about this chica. Are you sure you don't remember anything about her?
I remember her scent, and that's all. Yup, next to nothing. I remember her scent, and that's all.
Wow, man. That's some pretty strange shit. Are you sure the letters were for you?
Yeah, I'm sure. Why would I have reacted so strongly otherwise? Come to think of it, the whore could have written them to her lover! I'm gonna veto and just go 1. Why would I have reacted so strongly otherwise?
How come you don't remember, though? Is it like some selective memory thing?
Wait, what do you mean by selective memory? Like that?
Man, when I get hurt, I just want to forget that shit, you know? That kind of selective memory.
I think it's more about me getting so unbelievably drunk I completely erased all memory of this world. Might have a point there. Selective memory. Choose. I think it's more about me getting... That's right. So unbelievably drunk I completely erased all memory of this world. This has pretty much been my character's path.
Or it might be that. This one time I did so much booze, I forgot too.
Yeah, that was booze.
It's obvious she's done more than booze.
Or it might just be some psych bullshit, you know? Königstein wank.
What is this Königstein wank?
You know, the psych thing they've got going on there. Rich people like it. People in Königstein are mostly rich.
Thanks for the bullshit psych thing then. You know, I'm not sure this made things any better. Alright, I had some questions for you. $50-50. 1 to 3 is 2. 6 is 3. 2.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Might be for the best to keep that shit forgotten, actually. Just my opinion. If it itches, don't scratch.
Okay.
Yes, but it itches really, really bad.
Right, your associates tried to use me to set up a drug lab. I'm guessing you knew of this plan.
I did, and I'm sorry. For what it's worth, which isn't much.
This is why I didn't go into the tent. Typical delinquency.
Lieutenant looks at the ocean, squinting his eyes.
You don't get to choose your posse, they choose you. Mine are idiots, but they're mine. I tried to talk Andre out of it. I even tried not to lie to you.
Indeed, she merely tried to omit the truth instead.
Instead, you opted to admit the truth. It's the same thing. Should have tried harder. Misleading a cop is no joke. I don't care. I'm loco. I just want you to know that I know about the plan. I may veto this one. Should have tried harder. Misleading a cop is no joke.
I know. I should have been able to control them, and I will in the future. I promise.
They're not your responsibility.
May I ask, what did you tell them?
I'm going to decide after I've looked into the church situation.
Oh, right. That's wise. Take your time.
Thanks. I'd like to know more about your associates. The others told me you went inside the church. What did you see in there?
Oh, that. You're not going to believe me. There's no point in me telling you.
I'm loco. You can tell me anything.
She's less prone to blurt it out, crab man, than the others.
We'll see. Go ahead and tell me.
Okay. I went in and I saw a woman next to one of those machines there. Noid calls it a mainframe.
Okay.
She was dressed like someone who's been raised by their grandmother. You know, strange old clothes. Had this absent expression, didn't say anything, just stood still.
Go on. That's not especially frightening. Go on.
And then, you know, right behind her, a man crawled down the wall. Upside down like a crab. Down the church wall. I think the woman didn't even know he was there. He was completely silent. He stopped right before he got to the floor, then just hung there like that, looking at me. Right at me. I fucking turned around and walked out. End of story.
Like a crab, you say?
Lieutenant nods, his face is like stone. What did this crab man look like?
It was too dark. I couldn't tell exactly.
Come on. She obviously could. She already went into detail.
Come on, quit stalling on me. What did he look like? You're right, I don't believe you. You're wrong, I do believe you. I feel that taking acid in this world might make things a little bit more less unreal, to be honest. It's a strange place. I'm not sure that this entire thing isn't an acid trip. I'm gonna go with 1.
He looked like a banger, okay? He was all muscular and stuff. Had a mesh tank top. I know it sounds ridiculous, but that only made it scarier in a way.
A crab and a banger?
The lieutenant raises an eyebrow.
Yes, a banger. As in a mess gang member. I know what it sounds like, but that's what I saw.
A gangster crab man. Yeah, I don't believe you. You're wrong. I do believe you. I think I believe her. What do you think? Vote. This place is too weird. I want to believe that there's a gangster crab man, because that sounds awesome. Wrong. I do believe you.
Why?
It seems too ludicrous for a lie. What would you stand to gain? Strange things happen. Right? What would you stand to gain?
Nothing. Anyway, what else?
It's always a good thing. If someone's telling you something that's utterly bizarre, figure out what they gain by lying to you. We start from the principle they're probably not, unless there's something to get from it. I'd like to know more about your associates.
My associates? I haven't got much to say about them.
Just answer the question, please. What do you mean? You must know something about them. I'm going to go for that.
Of course I do. I just don't tell people about my friends and who they are and so on. I don't provide information on them.
To the cops.
That's true. What about you? Tell me about something about yourself.
Me? I'm a silver bird.
Okay. Maybe I'll ask later about all this.
Don't know what makes you think it'll be any different later, but... My associates? I haven't got much to say about them.
Answer the question,
Sorry.
please.
I just don't tell people about my friends and who they are and so...
To the cops.
Don't know what makes you think it'll be any different later, but...
Well, because we're going to help you guys out. And we'll feel you owe us, or you trust us. What's that? Let's go into the tent, and I'll make sure the lighting's appropriately banging for this scene. It's like a very crap goth club in the late 90s.
We're close.
Says a young man with a tape player and a large Boyadero boots. Lung-shaped trees sprout on his silver belt buckle.
True, hard, full car. Hardcore. Hardcore to the mega. Internally coherent. All core. All right. Yeah.
He furrows his brow as his very last.
Hardcore. Ah.
So this is like a maze of choices that I've been trying to figure out my way through. It's one of the tasks here. This one here, and it's proving quite difficult. So hardcore.
Is it though?
He stops dead in his track, tilting his head to the side. It is. So I need you guys to help me remember the path I've done. I was going to write this down at some point, but it is.
But is it? I mean, really?
He tilts his head to the other side like an owl. The question. What is the question?
No, but seriously.
Yes!
I'm a bit worried it isn't.
Then he starts bobbing his head back and forth once more. You said you were worried. What do you think is wrong with the music?
There's nothing wrong with it. I'm still in love with the hardcore.
He turns pensive all of a sudden.
Sometimes I just feel like anodic music is in its infancy, you know? For example, take this Arno van Eyck jam I've been pumping for the last months, and will continue pumping for the rest of 51. Isn't something holding it back from being hyper?
He thinks for a moment and his expression clears.
It's like it's only ultra.
Oh yes! I have met many people like Egghead, and they were mostly German.
I think it's super hardcore, but you're right. It's not hyper hardcore.
If anything, it sounds a bit proto, like it's not fully formed yet. You might be a moribund alcoholic and a failed cop, but you are pretty certain a thing cannot be both proto and hardcore.
Let's go for the kill. It's proto. Not hardcore at all.
Wow! Culture cop! I think you might be right. But how could it become hardcore then? I know it in my heart, but cannot think it in my head. If this is not hardcore, how could anything be?
Sounds suspiciously like a question. I thought the question was, what's the question? I tried to think if anything could make it hardcore. Wait, I just remembered something. I'm the police. I can't help you with this right now. I need something else, something extra. What should we do? Okay. 1 to 3 is 1. 4 to 6 is 2. It's 2. Try to think if anything could make it harder core.
What? Guys, there's something happening in his head.
Think even harder.
Oh yeah! He's doing it!
But you're not. This is almost certainly a matter that surpasses the limits of reason.
My imagination fails me.
I know! So does mine!
Sounds suspiciously like a question. I thought the question is, what is the question?
No! This is the answer!
Wait, I just remembered something. I'm the police. I can't help you with this right now. I need something else, something extra. boat. Wait, I just remembered something. I'm the police.
Uh-huh.
The young man is bursting in anticipation. Nothing. Me being the police isn't going to help us. Actually, it's more likely to hinder us. And I have a job to do instead of this absurd idiocy. Goodbye. And leave. Nothing. Me being the police isn't going to help us.
Oh.
I can't help you with this right now. I need something else. Something extra.
Yeah.
Are you a thought reader?
No nation, but transnation. No war, but class war.
What do you mean? Does that mean you're a thought reader? So you're not a thought reader. You're a communist? Does that mean you're a thought reader?
Don't be a lunatic. Of course he is. Jermaine here just yells random things. Odds are, sooner or later one of them will come off as thought reading.
Fair enough.
Yeah! Revolution imperative!
Unless you were thinking Revolution imperative right now. Anyway, I've had a similar thing happen with eggs yelling. I know what you mean.
But I was thinking revolution imperative. You're right, I wasn't thinking that. Shall we mess with Noid? It's hilarious. Okay. 1 to 3 is 1. 4 to 6 is 2. You're right, I wasn't thinking that.
Hardcore superstar!
He just doesn't care. So you're not a thought reader, you're a communist?
He's not a communist. It's just something he likes to yell. He picked it up from a tape jockey at the Palaceum. She was a communist, though.
Yeah! With the rebel yell!
But why aren't you a communist? Communism is the truth.
I could be a communist. If you want that, do you want me to be a communist?
Please don't turn him into a communist.
Oh yeah, turn him into a communist. Come on, it would be super.
Be a communist, egghead. The future needs your help. Don't be a communist. Wait, what am I saying? Of course be a communist. Don't be a communist. That path is too hardcore. Oh, I was going to vote for 3, so we're going to go. Not going to veto. 1 to 3 is 1. 4 to 6 is 3. It's a 6! Don't be a communist. That path is too hardcore. You can do
I
it.
could be a communist.
Please don't.
Oh yeah, turn him
You
into
can do
a
both.
communist.
We made him into a communist! Can you just, like...
He's not a
Yeah! With the rebel yell!
Kitty? Did I miss something? Mistel. Okay. That's a new one to me, MT. But I now know. Thank you for educating me. We have just minted a new communist. Oh, the paralysed lady is lovely. She's brilliant. It's something else, egghead.
Communist! Communism rules the nation.
Right on, Comrade Luminary. Almost there. You could use just a bit more work. You're wrong. Communism doesn't rule the nation. No one has. Right on, Comrade Luminary. Almost there. Could just use a bit more work.
The worker must move your ass.
Superb. No, that's not it. Do we like that one? No, that's still not it.
I'm sorry.
The young man drops his oversized head in shame. He is truly sorry he couldn't come up with a proletarian yell that would satisfy the great leader.
Is your real name Jermaine?
Dark Hard Hardcore! Jermaine Egghead!
Basically, yes it is.
Why are there lungs on your belt buckle?
Lungs are for love!
L'amour, la compassion, la haute discipline. Why would lungs be for love? Good to know. Actually, I'm just going to do one.
Love! In a woman's lungs. Lonely as I am, I'm not afraid. This strange, damaged feeling grows on and on. Cause I've never loved someone like you before.
He suddenly yells and the world seems to stop.
Lungs are for love!
Why would lungs be for love?
When Dolores Day was anointed innocence, her lungs started glowing through her body. For the world loved her, and she loved it back. Yeah!
Why wouldn't they be? Are the lungs not the place where you hold the breath of your soul?
Really?
I think so.
Well, the lungs are where you hold the breath of your soul, aren't they?
Highly gaily. All right. Here comes.
Right, we're going to do a save. And we're going to try this. Yeah, he's the right hand one. It's up our physical instrument. That's as good as it can get. Is this a red check?
Good morning, comrade. Yeah.
White check, so it's a retry if it doesn't work out. So, I need a bit of fizz, please. Physique. If you'd be so kind. And we will make this roll. Thank you. Aye! Roll it!
You know it in your lungs where the pressure should vibrate, in your heart that's alone, and in your solar plexus where the hits should land. So does every chordate animal.
Needs more bass.
What?
Young man makes the sun move like he's about to turn the volume down, but that would be ridiculous. And the melody. A good melody is what makes the song really stick, that you can't get it out of your head anymore, pointing to your head.
Wow, okay. We should start with the melody. But where would we get that stuff from?
I don't know, I was thinking you would know. Nowhere. I'm not going to become some kind of an onodic cop too. I've got enough copo types already. But one will probably take the mission, the other won't, so that'll add something to our tasks. I'm going to go with one.
I'm sorry, I don't know anything about onodic music. I'm just the party boy. I get the people going and say it's hardcore.
He feels ashamed he can't be of more service to the future of dance music.
Okay, I'll look into it in an official capacity. It's up to the police to make the beats go harder. Alright, I'll see if I can come up with something on my own. A citizen investigation. No, really, I don't have time for this. Right, so we'll make this official or a citizen's investigation. Which is really going to upset Kim. But I never worry about upsetting Kim when it comes to taking on extra stupid tasks. So 1 or 2, vote. $50-50. You know the score by now? It's a 4. The number 2.
The young man falls silent with appreciation. He even tries to contain his smile, as if it could hinder your investigation.
Basically, what you need to find here is a tape with some banging music on it, so that Egghead could use it to remix Van Eyck's jam.
Yeah, maybe that street talker across the pawn shop has got some tapes to sell. That's just an idea.
Anyway, that's all yours to figure out, Copman.
Copman!
Hey, I have a tape with me. Maybe you can use it to improve Van Eyck's jam. I don't want to do that just yet. In case it gets...
Huh? I see you're here again. Off-sign, man. Did I mention getting us into the church would help?
What about now? Are the signs alright now?
Nah. Still strongly out of sync. Stage gamma disalignment.
What?
You heard me.
Tell me about the machines you saw in the church.
Weird stuff. Specialised. There was a data processor and some sort of long-wave machinery. Wires going into water. Gives off a spy sign. Or some fucked up Samaran science site. You know, the kind that goes head first into the supernatural.
This dude and the dude from the pawn shop totally need to meet.
The People's Republic of Samara is a product of Revachel's sister revolution on the Grand Isola. It's known as a severely degenerated rogue state.
Don't be too hard on Samara. They're all alone in the world. Half of what we know of them is just propaganda. What's wrong with supernatural? Go with 1.
I know, man. I was just talking about the aesthetic.
Right, dude. What's wrong with the supernatural?
Nothing's wrong with it. It should definitely be researched. You can still do sick shit with it, though.
The sickest. That's perhaps why it should be researched.
Sick? The supernatural, so you think it's real, that it actually exists?
Most of it doesn't exist. But there's also stuff that isn't allowed to exist. Because the moralists think it's too dangerous for the plebs. Psionic powers, pale-related diseases, pretenders pretending to be human, folk rights. that kind of stuff.
Right. Why are you called Noid?
The hardcore aesthetic is esoteric. It's not meant to be discussed with the law at this moment.
He picks up some kind of sort of a widget.
It's not easy to reach a harmonic resonance of signs without some adjustment.
Does this mean we need sign matching?
Yes. Further sign matching would do good for us. One way to achieve this would be by getting us into the church.
Right. Okay, maybe I'll come back later.
The bow collector. It's early in the morning. The world is dark blue. The sparks light her face, a delicate composition of triangles. The streets seem to grow longer, like in a dolly zoom. And there's something in the air as you stand there and wave back at the shapes growing smaller and smaller. Something that has always been there. A great see-through world. The tenderness you feel. The ghost of Revachol between you, carrying your signals. The holy messenger.
We get 3 shivers, which is lovely, because we ain't got none of them. We accept our thoughts.
Hi again. So, as always, we'll be right...
So, I'm going to save this properly, and hopefully...
I see you're here again.
We will see what happens with the remix and whether it destroys the tape, because...
The large-headed...
Good morning, comrade. Yeah!
Hey, I have a tape with me. Maybe you can use it to improve Finite's jam.
Tape! Yeah! Spins the tape until the space escape! Yeah!
What about this one? Give him the smallest church in Saint-Cian's.
Righteous! No! No, can't do! This is gonna make people sad! This isn't sadcore!
Okay, never mind.
Communism forever!
Nice one. Agreed. I guess we should probably have a look at the church now. And I could probably calm the lighting down a bit. That's a bit more relaxing.
Winter, slow to let go of Revachol. Flecks some more wet snow from above.
Right. Look around you.
The snow falls lazily, making the beach sand paler still, mixing with the rust-colored sewage runoff. It has been a cold year. All things waiting for spring will have to wait a bit longer.
What am I doing?
Looking up at the sky, melted snow dripping from your hat.
What do I see?
The sky is full of great battleships. White clouds collide with one another, and the world is drenched with their debris.
How does it feel?
You're warm in your hat and your coat. Like a well-equipped explorer, you comfortably survey the white landscape.
What's in the west? What's in...
More winding coastlines lined with abandoned buildings. Crumbling piers, salt water lapping at their dark piles. Grey and red forgotten city blocks. What remains of the pre-revolutionary effort to gentrify the coast.
And beyond that?
The waters turn black, coal city in the shadow of Saint Martin, a boomtown. back when coal extracted from countless shafts near the city was needed to power Revachol. No more. The coal was supplanted by petroleum from the ocean floor and hydropower from the Esperance. Everything crumbled. These days, only the weakest remain in Coal City. Their hopes of getting rich linger in the defunct shafts under their feet.
What is there?
Below the old mines, l'Océan Municipal, Revachol's underground cemetery. Le Petit Rat braved the underground passageways. Le Royaume.
The Royaume?
Where the Philippian kings were interred, with their doctors and their admirals. Mausoleums, burial chambers, leaf gold still remains on the double door of the morning.
There's Petit Rats?
Children under 14, they go underground looking for artifacts to sell to foreign museums, and for fabled relics. Their parents let them. They go deeper.
Huh?
After rubies, melchiorite, lapis lazuli, plundered from Safle and Seol during the time of the suzerain. In the burial chambers of the kings, Grand Old Philip, Guillaume II, and even in the mausoleum of Philip the Opulent. 2 kilometers underground, in a winding shaft along whose walls mirrors have been placed, so that daylight may eternally fall upon the richest of all the kings. The mausoleum contains untold quantities of gold, and that special, purest of the pure magenta cocaine, favored by Revacholian royalty.
So it turns out that the Revacholian royalty in general basically were massive cokeheads and lived their entire lives high. And this was seen as good.
How can it be pure if it's magenta?
Really good point. How can it be pure if it's magenta?
Snow falls, and there is no answer. Some things are not for mortals to know.
Wipe the snow from your...
Few Petit Rats return from the shafts. Even fewer find what they're looking for. A small child steps out of the black tunnel with silver trinkets in her pockets. All around her, white snow on the extinguished coke furnaces.
I hope everyone's sitting...
weather-worn shacks where fathers beat their sons after drinking. The snow melts on your fingers, turning to water.
I hope everyone's sitting comfortably because there's quite a lot of this by the looks of it. What's in the east?
The canal you crossed to get here and beyond it. Martinaise proper, the district the police forgot to police. There is laughter, lights, attempts at entrepreneurial activity, cynicism. Someone is scraping snow off their windshield at the roundabout, in the midst of which a statue of Philip III serves as a destination for grade school field trips and a fine perch for winter birds.
That's all?
Like all monuments, it's also a warning. 6-story ruins on the south side of the roundabout cast a long shadow over the profligate king.
And further?
A fenced-off yard. There's a truck belonging to a logistics company parked next to the gate. Bright light from a building behind the fence reflects off its hood. Clean white light coming from the windows of a clean cube-shaped office building hidden amidst ruins. A secret.
That's kind of important, right? What's in the north?
The abandoned church, one of 2 remaining stave churches, which were collectively called Les Sept Sœurs. The other 6 sisters were destroyed during the Revolution.
And further north?
A serpentine strip of land weaving its way into the Martinaise Inlet. Unfortunates on the run from the law, from themselves, sometimes hide out on nearby islets. Little dots in the ocean that are occasionally submerged when the tide is high and the weather foul.
The islets?
The remains of a camp on a jagged piece of rock. A tent, old dishes and cutlery, long since abandoned. A hermit crab scuttles among the debris, looking for a new shell. Further out, the lights burn bright on Resurrection. way beyond Martinaise, a popular spa destination for ample-bodied Ozon kids with equally ample pockets.
And on the other side of the inlet?
Then there's Ozon, but the snow falls too thick. You cannot see that far.
Before the curtains are drawn?
The Bay of Revachol. Vastness, great depth, over 1,200 meters at its deepest. Water, air brinier than here. It is crisscrossed by huge cargo ships bearing company logos. Wild Pines, Zam, Mauryan.
Zam.
And at the farthest reaches of the Bay of Revachol, the shadow of the Coalition warship, Archer, on perpetual patrol duty, ready to unleash artillery fire if you were to rise up against the market. You shudder.
What's in the south?
The raised motorway, 881, separating Martinaise from Jamrock. Vehicles whoosh past one another day and night, while those who reside in the labyrinthine alleyways beneath the motorway attempt to carry on with their lives in the snow and the slush. And south of the 881 is the Pox.
Pox sounds a bit grim. So what happened here is that certain aspects of your character build, like the things you've got, in this case shivers, will trigger depending on locations or other criteria being met. And you have a thought, which you can accept or reject. And they don't always come from these, they come from conversations, hence the Wompty Dumpty Dom Centre. Remember that? So in this case, you're basically having an internal conversation. Some aspect of your character has popped up and gone, hey, here's a thing. And sometimes it's really short, and in this case, sometimes it's going to be just absolutely dense information. This is what's going on right now.
Was once a park. A place for reflection and recuperation for the patients of the old military hospital. In the 20s, it was used as a quarantine center during a measles outbreak that killed many children. Most everyone has avoided the hospital and surrounding park ever since.
Oof.
The Pox is completely wild now. Evergreen thickets covered in snow and industrial dust. Feral dogs and even wolves roaming in packs. The police try to keep the deepest corners cordoned off.
But still,
heavy drug users do slip through and hole up in the old military hospital, hoping to find something to get high on among the hastily abandoned supplies, or just to overdose in peace.
Further south,
a line of motor garages with armored carapaces hunched in the cold. A mechanic is hard at work, patching up bullet holes in the side of a Capri 40. These are the garages of Precinct 41. Snow settles on the roof of the repurposed silk mill. It serves as your station. Shivering RCM personnel hurry in and out of the main entrance. Around you, the snow continues to fall. To the west, the ocean swells.
No, it was home. I want more. Look around. No, it was home. I want more.
The stairs descend to central Jamrock. A man named Cooklove has a snow-covered stall there in the market across the bridge. He sells kebab infested with fly larvae to your colleagues who believe eating it will make them immune to food poisoning.
That's dumb. I'm gonna get food poisoning.
Snow falls on the utility district, the library, the florist, the Sarah Mauritian restaurant that offers homemade wine. and also on the brothels and drug dens and the chop shops of the Zemlyaki. All of this built around a lake that formed in a meteorite strike. At the center of this lake, there is a little ship. There are lights at the bottom of its hull. They are lights directed toward the seafloor, looking for something, like whiskers.
What?
A chill comes over you, crawling down your back. The sand under your feet is wet. Somewhere in the south, tarpauling flap in the wind.
What's above?
Coalition aerostatics hang like apparition under the cloud cover. Occasionally, lights flash as they maneuver through the falling snow.
What's below me?
Layer upon layer of sand, poisoned with industrial runoff. The storm drainage, hidden bunkers. Rats scuttle.
Tell me a secret of the sands, wind.
Someone stuffed a big old polar anorak into a concrete pipe under the boardwalk. It would keep you warm. You would probably never happen across it. But who knows?
Oh, okay. I've gone through all that. Stomp your feet for warmth, and brushing off the snow. Thought.
We should keep moving. Who knows when the snow will let up?
So somewhere under the boardwalk is a concrete pipe. That's the thing to look for. Then we will do the church. A quick look at this. Just have to find the boardwalk again. Ooh! Postcard! Missed that last time. Thanks, Cryo. Have a good nap. That looks like it might be the pipe. There's a pier somewhere. Oh well, I'll worry about that later. No, actually, I want to find the pier. Go back the way. Nope, I'm lost. So we are going to go investigate the church, which probably there's a save. And it's probably dark in there, so let's get the flashlight out.
Heavy wooden doors, more than twice your height, stand shut in front of you. The rectangular sea-worn ornamentation appears in stark contrast to the padlock, carelessly drilled into the wood.
Open the padlock with a key.
The lock turns easily. You hear a click as the shackle pops open.
Let's go.
On the
As
doors.
you do, you hear the echo of the doomed commercial area. Its black holes and dusty machines. Then the feeling passes. A great whoosh of air rushes into the dark innards of the church, as though rushing to fill a great vacuum. In the heart of the city,
Well, that's something. So this is what happened earlier. You get these pings on yourself. You should walk here and not run. Let's stick with that. Okay, BK. Good night. Sleep well. So let's work around this place clockwise. This has a slightly ritual kind of feel about it, doesn't it?
the silence in this part of the church, it's almost palpable. All the shifting matter and shuffling of living things is gone. Nothing seems to exist beyond the church anymore. Maybe if you were to stand in just the right spot, even your footsteps would be completely silent.
Wait. I still hear something.
And then it's gone. Almost all of it. But for the faintest of hums. It seems the sound here is detached from its source somehow. if not blotted out outright. Truly unusual. Sounds like the Pale.
How do I know what the Pale sounds like?
From recordings of the Far Pale. You've heard them. We all have. You can hardly hear your own breathing.
Yell as loud as you can. Stop your feet and clap your hands. I do. Yell as loud as you can.
Your voice is barely audible. Not a howl, but the softest of whimpers.
Stomp your feet and clap your hands.
You produce a few muffled thumps, after which the silence feels even more total, somehow.
Turn to Kim. What's happening?
The lieutenant points to his ears and shakes his head. Then he leans closer.
Can you hear anything?
Almost nothing. It's beginning to worry me. Not really, but it's extraordinary. I've never experienced anything like this. Can't hear shit. Hey. Not really extraordinary. Never experienced anything.
I wonder why the church was built with such strange acoustics.
His detached tone conceals how uncomfortable he is.
Be uncomfortable.
Maybe the church was designed this way to prevent boisterous activity, singing and dancing, on its premises.
Maybe they wanted to discourage singing and dancing. Hey, what if it's something paranatural? Probably nothing, just our imagination. Whatever it is, it's definitely real. Something odd is happening around us. But you can work through these, so... they wanted to discourage singing and dancing.
Could be.
He doesn't seem entirely convinced, though.
Look up into the bell tower.
The orderly rows of ceiling panels become barely visible, then disappear completely in the darkness of the tower overhead.
Okay. Be so kind as to give me a bit of Motrix. What just happened there?
Despair creeps into you, getting fat on your weakness. Whatever noble intentions you once had, you're still coming up with sentences. That's a step up from total annihilation, right?
What? I'm seriously running out of shits to give him. Fuck you. I've wasted my life protecting humans. They don't deserve it. I'm done. No one even likes cops. I wish I was fucking dead. Fuck you. Fuck you. What's going on? Done. No one even likes cops.
Yes, it can be difficult to be on the receiving end of so much distrust and outright hatred.
Nothing you can say would make you feel any better now. Cop gives up the detective genre for social realism. Another police officer resigned from the RCM following a nervous breakdown. He now lives under a bridge, drinking and occasionally throwing excrement at passers-by, shouting, "I never loved that woman."
I'm not sure.
When asked to comment, former colleagues objected to the theory that his psychological disintegration was precipitated by his wife leaving him. "It's because the Furrows lost that match," said Captain Ptolemy Price, once the man's superior officer. "It's because he couldn't get a big gun from acquisitions, and anyway, police work really burns you out after a while," Satellite Officer Jean-Vic Mayer, the deranged former cop's partner, commented. Sergeant Matt Torson, another former colleague, did not propose any theories, merely saying, "Whatever happened to him wasn't about birds. He got fucked, that's all."
So you can take... There's two types of damage in this. Physical and moral. So what happened there was that my morale got killed, and the problem there is there's nothing I can do about it. I need to go and get some magnesium or something from somewhere else, or boost it from something, because it's so low. Another option, although my morale's already very high, is to increase my volition. So what we need in here is volition, so I might be able to do something with clothes. There we go. I'll give us some. Yeah, well the thing is that I didn't do anything there to I didn't select anything, it just happened. I think the mere act of looking up, I must have accidentally clicked because I don't remember doing that. Must have done something. Or anything else we'll do? Because we'll give this one more go. I'll save just beforehand. And if not, I'm probably going to wrap it up there.
The silence in this part of the church, it's almost palpable. All this, maybe if you were to stand in just
right,
the
so we're
right
in the same
spot, and then it seems the sound here sounds like the pale. From recordings, you can hardly hear your voices. You produce a few muffled. The lieutenant point.
Can you hear anything? I wonder why the...
His maybe the church was designed this way to prevent voice. He doesn't seem entirely convinced, though. The orderly rows of ceiling panels become barely visible, then disappear completely in the darkness of the tower overhead.
Motrix. See what happens. That repeats. Very high.
It's like there's something moving up there. A shadow has emerged from the tower and it's making its way toward you through all the other shadows.
On the ceiling?
Yes. The darkness makes the ceiling feel infinitely far away.
Don't blink. Follow the shadows moving.
It's not a shadow anymore, becoming more substantial as it gets closer. The shape of an animal descends.
Officer, is there something up there?
Lieutenant, provides your gaze. Attempt to see whatever it is you...
Oh no. You've lost sight of it. Where did it go?
Think.
You see something hanging from the rafters, looking straight at you.
Ooh,
with
creepy.
Dark eyes. Maybe it's possible to talk to it.
Before anything else happens, I am going to have a look at all this stuff. It's what I feel like asking, I'll be honest. Sir, are you the crab gangster? Let's have a save.
The shadow is a man made of the same stuff as the carpentry of the building. He is studying you intently. The crab man.
Hey, who's there? This is the police. Show yourself. Say nothing, be quiet for now. Are you the crab man? You crab man?
The man leaned forward a little, fixing you with a steady, unreadable gaze, then speaks.
Habitual alcohol use has made you into a scared little pussy, Holmes. But don't worry, everything's gonna be all right. You come to the right place.
That accent is Villalobos, a peninsula in Mesk and a district in Jamrock. There's a sizable contingent of Villalobos-speaking Mesks in Revachol.
Oh, we did.
Hold on. Stop it right there. Pussy, what's with this?
I'm not scared. I just don't understand why the female sexual organs have to be associated with weakness. Let's go with that.
You really got a case of frayed nerves, pussy. And this usage comes from pusillanimous. Everybody knows that.
Really?
Oops.
Thanks, Rhetoric.
Chill out, man. Here you could receive the mother's love. And when you're ready, she will take your hand and lift you out of that despair at the bottom of that bottle.
This man is obviously a habitual narcotics user. Do we really need to question him?
I'm put off by this religious stuff, he thinks. And maybe the ceiling climbing, too. It's all very hard to square with the lieutenant's own view of reality.
Yeah, I guess I've got a bit of a problem and it's been getting out of hand lately, but I'm a policeman. I need to talk to you about police things. I don't know anything about alcohol use. Oh, hell no! Run away! Probably one or two. I know which one I'd prefer. Yeah, I guess I've got a bit of a problem. Getting out of hand lately, but...
Está crudo, way. I see deep inside you. Your body and your spirit are suffering greatly from overindulgence. And you don't even know it.
Great. More patronizing. So original. Oh, I'm very in touch with my suffering. How do you know what I'm feeling? I'm actually here on behalf of some young people looking to establish a nightclub. Where shall we go? I'm actually here on behalf of some young people looking to establish a nightclub.
I know it's hard to admit that you have a problem. I was like you once. Couldn't take an honest look at the damage Albino was doing to my mind and my spirit.
You know, actually, since we're here, you may want to pay attention to what the ceiling climber is saying.
Got a point. For some reason I feel like you've got a point there. Who do you think you are? Some crazy guy under the roof? What is this shit? You know alcohol is central to my identity. I wouldn't drink if I wouldn't drink, I just wouldn't be me. This is stupid. I don't even know what this is. That's all well and good, but we need to talk about the unlicensed occupation of ecclesiastical property. I'm going to go with 1. For some reason, I feel like you have a point.
Don't
there.
trust me. Trust the mother. I'm only the messenger, Holmes.
Voice echoes in the cool air of the church.
This is the Church of the Mother of Silence. You are welcome here.
He sways gently on the beams, waiting for you to take it all in.
You have no idea what the fuck he's talking about. Is he just trying to throw you off your game? Whatever it is, he's quite confident about it. Just look how gracefully he sways. 'Tis not an act, my liege, saving perchance he hath deceived his very self. This man is a zealot.
I'm going to ask you again. Are you the crab man?
Never known myself to be a crab. But if that's the name you got for me, I won't stop you from using it.
Be fair, it's really more like a spider. If you're not a crab, then what are you? Sorry, you just weren't moving like a human. Hey, it's your neighbours who came up with the name. This name, not me. Vote. Sorry, you just weren't moving like a human.
I always thought of myself more like a flame, flickering along the rafters and beams. It may be that I gotta work on my technique.
That's not the only technique he's working on. Look at those carved sculptures. And is that a satchel of tools over there?
Wait, did you also carve all those sculptures?
Sure am. Whittling wood used to be something I just did to busy my hands. Now I use those same hands in service of something greater than my own restlessness.
All right, let's consider the context and meaning here.
Okay. See what you've done there. It's as if the figures you are trying to become one with... As if these figures are trying to become one with the church, or perhaps with the mother herself. Rub your chin. You've got some nice curves going on there. Squint your eyes. These seem a tad derivative. Promoting the objectification of women with your reactionary depiction of female bodies. Honestly, I don't get it. These figures look half finished. See what you've done there. It's as if these figures are trying to become one with the church, or perhaps with the mother herself.
It's all just for the mother, man. No need to overthink it.
What were you before you became a crab man and a woodcarver?
I was in a gangway, but my memories of that time are fading. Most of them are already gone.
Shake your head. So many people losing their memory. A certain portent of doom. I lost my memory too, and it haunts me. I lost my memory too, but I like it. I get to create a whole new me. Start again from scratch. You used to be in a gang, but you don't really remember it. Sounds convenient. I lost my memory too.
No, man. You gotta let that shit go. Then the mother's light touch will fill you with rapture.
Looks at you as if he wants to pat you on the back.
Do you remember your name, sir?
Tiago's my name. But those syllables don't mean much to me these days. A name isn't just your identity, but also, so to speak, your place amongst your fellas. Your place in the world. I ain't got no use for such a place anymore.
My name's Harry. Harry, extend your hand for a greeting. My name's Harrier de Bois, and my place in the world is W. Freighter. I don't do names either. Names are out. I don't care what mine. My name's Harry. Extend your hand for a greeting.
That's just the thing, Holmes. None of that matters.
He ignores your hand. His limbs a mere shadow below the ceiling. What are you doing here?
This is a special place. There's a perforation in the world up there. A way out into nothingness. This church was built around it for purposes of veneration. I circled it, nurtured by the silence bestowed by the mother. One of these days, I'll be pure enough to go drink from it directly.
Who is this mother of silence you keep talking about?
Oh, that's no simple question, Essa. She is one who can be painted or sculpted. She is a cavity in the dark, beyond sense. She saved me.
No worries.
But I couldn't describe her.
Thank you.
No one.
Give me a follow, because I'll be playing this for a while if you like.
No one ever will.
Good night. What will happen once perforation? Ah, thank you. I didn't see it. There's no alerts or anything. Probably get round to telling me later. Yep, that was stupid. I just pressed a button that I shouldn't have, and now we've lost all the chat. Good night. Ah, that'd be why you're like way back there. There you are. I'm going to finish this conversation tree and save out. Myself, I think, getting on a bit, and I want to wind down. So, what will happen once you drink from this perforation?
I will be incinerated, but not destroyed. Finally, I won with the state of the world before reality began.
That sounds a bit like substitution behavior, no? You know a thing or two about that.
You sure you didn't just switch one drug for another?
It's not like that at all, man. It's just faith and joyful service.
Too gleeful, those words. He is lying. Not to you, to his very own self.
Ah. Yeah. Well, I'm not playing that anymore because I kind of accidentally completed it yesterday. It's not a spoiler, but if you are told there is no turning back, it means it. So save the game first. That's just a bit of advice. Faith is a kind of drug.
I heard that before, Way. And I know I can't convince you on the spot. But think, when's the last time you woke up from silent communion with a hangover, regretting what you did last night?
Good night. Sleep well.
There are drugs darker than alcohol circling your system.
I think love might have been my drug of choice.
She took you for a good spin, huh? Don't worry, bro. That love is but a drop compared to the ocean of the mother's love.
Looks at you.
The mother will eat all of you and never spit you out.
Yeah. I was being insensitive. Sorry.
No worries, man. I know this shit takes time.
Still don't understand what you're doing in a church.
I'm a seraph, Holmes. I sing the mother's glory.
Doesn't really make sense for you to sing if she's the mother of silence. Makes sense for you to sing if she's the mother of silence.
I don't mean literal singing, Holmes. This is the mother of silence we're talking about. It's the singing of a burning heart. You may be thinking, but fire crackles. No, Holmes. That's the material that's burning. The flames themselves are without sound.
How did you even find this place, this church?
Hard to say. I think I did some construction work here, back when I still had material worries. Up there, I realized what the true purpose of the church was. Been spending a lot of time here ever since. The past is nothing to me now, eh? It didn't belong to me.
Right. I had other questions.
The sinewy figure lingers on the wooden beams, blending into the shadows.
I think I am going to wind it up there. Since we got past that bit. I don't want to get too far into something at this time, at this hour, so I will be closing down now. So thank you very much for dropping by, everyone, and helping make choices and so on. And we will have more of this soon.